Сегодня у нас формы. Да, формы. Целых 2 урока. Жесть. Жестко. Ладно. Forms are one of the most critical parts of your site. They are your users' gateway into your backend. The users provide data in the form and you do stuff with it. You need to specify the proper types of inputs for each possible data item. Since there are often multiple ways to collect a piece of data, but only one way is easiest for your user. This lesson will explore the basics of HTML forms and some of the different types of inputs available to you. Create forms with HTML have a basic idea of how to style forms. Okay. The form element. The form element is a container element like the div element we learned earlier in the curriculum. The form element wraps all of the inputs a user will interact in the form with a form the form element. The form element accepts two essential attributes. The first is the action attribute, which takes a URL value that tells the form where it should send its data to be processed. The form element accepts two essential attributes. The first is the action attribute, which takes a URL value that tells the form where it should send its data to be processed. Later in the curriculum, we will learn to hook backend system up to front-end forms using this attribute. For now, it's only essential to know what the action attribute is used for. The second is a method attribute, which just tells the second is a method attribute, which tells the browser with HTTP request method. It should use a submit to submit the form. The get and post request method are the two you will find yourself using the most. HTTP defines a set of request methods to indicate the desired action to be performed for a given resource, although they can also be nonce. These request methods are sometimes referred to as HTTP verbs. Each of them implements a different semantic, but some common features are shared by the group of them. A request method can be safe in idempotent. Что за слово такое? Idempotent or cacheable. The get method requests a representation of the specified resource. A request using get should only relative data. The head method asks for a response identical to a get request but without the response body. Post method submits an entity to the specified resource, often causing a change in the state or side effect on the server. The put method replaces all current representation of the target resource with the request payload. The get and post request method are the two you will find yourself using the most. Representation of specified resources request using get should only retrieve data. The post method submits an entity to the specified resource, often causing a change in state or side effects on the server. Okay. We use get when we want to retrieve something from a server. For example, Google uses a get request when you search as a guess at the search result. Post is used when we want to change something on the server. For example, when a user makes an account or makes a payment on a website. The markup for creating a form element looks like this. Action. Method post. Accepts two essential attributes. The first is the action attribute, which takes a URL value that tells the form where it should send its data to be processed. Later in the curriculum, we'll learn how to hook backend system up to frontend forms using this attribute. For now, it's only essential to know what the action attribute is used for. The markup for creating a form controls. To start collecting user data, we need to use form control elements. These are all the elements user will interact with on the form, such as text boxes, drop downs, checkboxes, and buttons. In the following use section, we will explore some of the form controls you will use most commonly. The input elements. The input element is the most versatile of all the form control elements. It accepts a type attribute which tells the browser what type of data it should expect and how it should render this the input element. A text input look like this. Text inputs accept any text input. For example, you would use it to collect things like users' first and last names. Okay. Labels. An input on its own isn't very useful since the user will not know what kind of data they are supposed to provide. Instead, we can give our inputs a label to inform users what type of data they are expected to enter. To create a label, we use the label element. The text we want displayed in the label will go between its opening and closing tags. To create a label for first name. Mm-hmm. Labels accept for attribute. Привет, привет. Чё, как жизнь? Label accepts a for attribute which associates э, но что вчера не стримил, вчера мы с друзьями собирались, на природу ходили, шашлыки жарили. Там вчера я отдыхал. У тебя как выходные прошли? Так. Labels accepts for attributes which associates it with a particular input. The inputs we want to associate with the label needs an ID attribute with the same value as the labels for attribute. Из какого мяса шашлык был? Из свинины. Из свинины, и также еще мы жарили овощи. На выходных и с друзьями играл в КС. Найс. Тоже кайф. Сколько у тебя часов КС? When a label is associated with an input and is clicked, It will focus the cursor on that input. When the label is associated with an input and is clicked, it will focus the cursor on that input, ready for the user to input some data. It helps make our form more accessible to user who rely on assistive technologies. Так, а как называется тот сайт? На одном аккаунте, нифига себе, ты жесткий. Ну, хотя я тоже не сильно отстаю, у меня 2700, но это уже от того скилла за это время уже ничего не осталось. Я уже играл очень плохо. А, с момента... Да, я с 2013 играл, и в 2017 до 2017 прям задротил, и с 2017 закинул. Я понял. Не, я в CSGO начал играть. Мне, когда компьютер в детстве купили, то мне CS 1.6 капец какой сложный казалось. Я не мог в ней играть. Но когда CSGO вышла, я вообще по-странному начал играть в CSGO. Я купил ее только из-за того, что я смотрю геймплей, и мне понравился прицел. Такой самый стандартный прицел CSGO, в CSGO. Я думаю, блин, вот это классный прицел. Наверное, я с ним буду тащить. И купил игру. Ну, она меня втянула, правда, прицел я сразу поменял потом. Потому что он ублюдский оказался. Я вот с таким долгое время играл, вот это прикольный. А самый стандартный... Почему здесь нет картинки? Ну, такой еще с кружочком. Хрестик и кружочек в середине. Да, вот так я и... Дед Вусов Counter-Strike. Ой, что скажешь? Да на самом деле, типа, а, нормально. То есть, на самом деле это весело, когда кто-то агрится. Я ультра спокойный. Я никогда не агрюсь. Максимально по-доброму играю, и зачастую с таким подходом и добрые попадаются чуваки. И просто одно удовольствие с приятными тиммейтами играть, которые вежливо дают инфу, подсказывают, там, не затащил раунд, типа говорят, it's okay, nice try. Вот я такое обожаю. Недавно играл с другом тоже, по-моему, в субботу или в пятницу, после стрима. Тут тоже такие приятные тиммейты попались. Все подсказывают, там говорят, там хвалят. Вот реально одно удовольствие. Ну а когда какие-то агры попадаются, то тоже весело. И вот следующая игра у нас один агр был в тиме, который типа всю игру молчит, не дает инфу. И загрелся на меня за то, что я бомбу не поставил. А они типа, что ты бегаешь, бомбу не ставишь? Я говорю, ты ж меня не прикрываешь. Он на меня загрелся, начал там материть. Я что-то ему сказал в ответку, и все. И все, больше я на него не реагировал, но я все равно, типа, адекватный чел, и когда у него денег не было, я ему все равно дром давал. Типа, то, что он неадекват, это же ничего не означает. Победить-то нужно. Наксить, что они сами меня мутят, с нормальными людьми я и нормально общаюсь. Ну, тоже тактика. Тоже тактика. Но я так, так не могу. Мои нервы дороже. Пускай токсичит. Если он чересчур токсичит, я его просто замучу. Если нет, то я продолжу играть как обычно. С поляками весело играть. Особенно если э, типа, если на русском начать говорить, вот тогда начинается веселье. Очень много каток было проиграно, когда я или там мои друзья начинали говорить случайно в чат по-русски. Это тоже весело. А, так, а как называется тот сайт, где типа можно код ставить? Нет, как называется? Code Pen, надо его сохранить. Так, как это выглядит? А ты этот Faceit играешь? Or first name? У меня был один смешной момент лет 5 назад, играл я, услышал такую беседу, я тебя поймаю, мелкий, и ты будешь... Это все взрослым уже говорил ребенку, поэтому я считаю, что КС играет. Жестко. Фейс играл пару раз, знаю, что там тикрейт норм и пинг бывает лучше. Жесть, но удивительно, что у тебя 5000 часов, и ты фейсит не играешь. Типа, за 5000 часов ты типа еще глобала не апнул? Или что? Или апнул и тебе прикол на глобалах играть? Мне кажется, типа скучно. Плюс на глобалах не такие уж и скилловые типы, вот на фейсите. Да я по фану играю. А, я понял. Ну, я тоже вот в пик своей карьеры тоже Суприма апал. Ну, апнул Суприма, и как-то у меня уже интерес подупал к игре, типа, что Суприм, что Гломал, когда для меня одинаково было, я типа думаю, ладно, пофиг, не буду Глобал апать, мне как-то лень. И как-то в те времена я уже подзабил на КС. Суприм меня более чем удовлетворил. Так, окей. А если я вот это уберу? Мгм. Окей, понял. Placeholder attribute. To guide user on what to enter in form elements, we can include placeholder text in input fields. This is done by adding a placeholder attribute to an input. The value will be the placeholder text we want to display in the input. A placeholder text is demonstrated how text should be entered and formatted. Mhm. Use placeholder text to demonstrate how text should be entered. Это уже прочитал. The name attribute. Так, что у нас? Лейблы. Placeholder attribute. The name attribute. We need to use labels so that users understand what the data entered into an input field will represent. Just like that, we also need to let the backend when we send our data know what each piece of data represents. We do this by adding a name attribute to our inputs. Я, короче, сегодня прошел деструктуризация объекта и массивов. Операторы spread и rest. Rest я переименовал в rest and peace чисто для себя. Также начал изучать объект date. Не, я из этого... Деструктуризацию я не проходил. А, нет, деструктуризацию не проходил. Операторы spread и rest тоже не проходил. А нет, spread и rest, я ознакомливался с ними. То есть более-менее я понимаю, что они делают. А, объект, date, нет. Date я один раз использовал, чтобы в какой-то задаче, чтобы просто получить теперешний год. И все, это мое максимальное взаимодействие с Date. А spread и rest, уже не помню, что из них что, но использовал для клонирования массива один раз. И один раз тоже для задачи нужно было использовать что-то один из них в аргументах функции, чтобы функция работала с любым количеством аргументов. Так, spread клонирует, rest добирает. Угу. Угу. Окей. Понял. Так, the name attribute serves as a reference to the data inputted into a form control after submitting it. You can think of it as a variable name for the input. For input, I should always have a name attribute. Otherwise, it will be ignored when the form is submitted. Ладно, удачи, я еще вернусь, пойду тоже заниматься. Давайте тоже удачки. Is submitted. To get a better understanding of what this looks like, we can submit a form to HTTP bin. Distant HTTP bin. Что это? Так, надо бы сделать светлую тему. Делаю. To get a better understanding of what this looks like, we can submit a form to HTTP bin. Okay. This service will send back a response which will let us view the data was submitted. Fill in the form below and click submit. Form action method post label first name label закрыли input type text then first name ID first name we need to use labels so that users understand what the data entered into an input field will represent. Just like that, we also need to let the backend where we send our data know what each piece of data represents. We do this by adding a name attribute to our inputs, such as a reference to the data inputted into a form control after submitting it. You can think of it as a variable name for the input. Ага. Variable name. Понял. Form input should always have a name attribute, otherwise it will be ignored when the form is submitted. Блин, что это мне должно объяснить? The output we care about from the response is a form object. Should look something like this. Ага, понял. Age, first name, last name. Try changing the name attributes of some of the input fields in the form and remove the attribute entirely. Then submit the form again to see how the form data and the response changes. Окей, так. Не age, 121 age. Name, last name вообще удалим. Так, form. Не понял, а где form? А, вот form. Да, понял, понял. Понял. Using form controls outside of forms. It's worth mentioning that you can use any of the form controls HTML provides outside of the form element, even when you don't have a backend server where you can send data. For example, you might want to have an input that gets some data from a user and display that somewhere else in the page with JavaScript. We'll need to manipulate data from form controls like this in projects later in the curriculum. Ой. Document query select the username. Username? What's your name label? Так. Query select username. ID. Cons get me button. Greet me button. Greeting output. Greeting. Then listener click event. Greeting outputs inner text. Hello. Понял. It's worth mentioning that you can use any of the form controls HTML provides outside of the form element, even when you don't have a backend server where you can send data. For example, you might want to have an input that gets some data from a user and display it somewhere else in the page in JavaScript. The type attribute, email inputs. Email inputs are specialized text inputs just for email addresses. They are different from text inputs in that they will display a different keyboard, which will include the @ symbol on mobile devices to make entering email addresses easier. They also validate that the user has entered a correctly formatted email address. They also validate that the user has entered corrected correctly formatted email addresses, but there will be more will be more on validations later. To create an email input, we use an input element with type attribute of email. Mhm. Okay. Password inputs are not the specialized text input. They differ from regular text inputs in that they mask the input data with another character, usually an asterisk or bullet points, to prevent anyone from seeing what has been entered. A password input can be created using an input element with the type of password. Password. Okay. The number input only accepts number values and ignores any other characters an user tries to enter. We create a number input using the input element with a type attribute of number. Um, to collect data, to collect dates from a user, we can use a date input. This input is unique because it provides a better user experience for choosing dates by rendering a simple date picker calendar. To create a date input, we use the input element with a type attribute of date. Ммм, жесть, прикольно. Nice. Нет, нет, не закрывай. Да. A text area. While technically not an input element, the text area element provides an input box that can accept text that spans multiple lines like user comments and reviews. It can also be resized by clicking and dragging in the bottom right corner to make it bigger and simpler or smaller. To create the text area, we use the text area element. Unlike input elements, text area elements do have a closing tag. This allows you to wrap some initial content you want the text area to display. Text area elements accept a couple of unique attributes that other form controls do not. These are the rows and calls attributes. They allow you to control the initial height, rows, and width calls of the text area. Mhm. Mhm. Мгм. Так, прикольно. Прикольно. Так, это у нас HTML. Добавляем form. Да, мы сохраняем text area. Сохраним text area. Так, окей. Selection elements. Sometimes you want user to select a value from a predefined list. This is where select elements will be useful. Select dropdown. The select element renders a dropdown list where users can select an option. Syntactically, select elements have similar markup to unordered lists. The select element wraps option elements, which are the options that can be selected. To create the select dropdown, we use the select element. Any options we want to display within the select element are defined using options elements. Using option elements. Select name car. Option value Mercedes. All the option elements should. Otherwise, the text content inside is used. Have a value attribute. This value will be sent to the server when the form is submitted. We can set one of the options to be the default selected elements when the browser first renders the form by giving one of the options the selected attribute. Ah. We may also split the list of options into groups using the opt group element. The opt group element takes a label attribute which the browser uses as a label for each group. Так, окей. Volvo. Okay. T-shirts, clothing, opt group. Oh, listen. Мгм. Opt group label. Нет. Так, надо это как-то выписать. Вот это я вот так сделаю. Не то. Так, и опять не то. Вставляем сюда. Что? Это у нас selected dropdown. Окей, окей. Едем дальше. Radio buttons. Select dropdowns are great for saving space in the page when we have an extensive list of options we want users to choose from. However, when we have a smaller list of 5 or fewer options to choose from, it's often a better user experience to have them displayed on the page instead of hidden behind the dropdown. In this case, we can use radio buttons. Radio buttons allow us to create multiple options that the user can choose one of. To create radio buttons, we use the ever adaptable input element, again with the type attribute of radio. Так, ticket type div input type radio. Mm, Так. Ай, ага, понял. Input type radio. Child. Label for child. Radio. When we select one of the radio buttons and then select another, it will deselect the first one. Radio buttons know to do this because they have the same name attribute. This is how the browser knows these elements are part of the same group of options. Понял. We can set the default selected radio button by adding the checked attribute to it. Так. Name attribute is like a variable name, but for an input tag. Так, name, a variable name, but for input tag. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Better just been to have displayed in the page instead of hiding behind drop down. In this case, we can use red band arrangements, create multiple options to user. Так. Не, надо поменьше чуть. Или нормально, в принципе. А, нет. Окей. Checkboxes. Checkboxes are similar to radio buttons in that they allow user to choose from a set of predefined options. But unlike ready buttons, they allow multiple options to be selected at once. To create a checkbox, we use the input element with the type attribute of checkbox. Uh, мгм. Блин, а я уже запутался. А форм тогда для чего? Checkboxes are similar to radio buttons. Checkbox. We can also have a single checkbox when we want the user to toggle if they want something to be true or false, like syncing up to a newsletter when they create an account, for example. Input type checkbox, ID newsletter, name newsletter. Checked. The form element. Is a container element that, like the div element we learned earlier, formally wraps all of the inputs a user will interact with on the form. The form element accepts two essential attributes. The first, the action attribute. Я не понял, так в форму только инпуты вставляются или что? Radio buttons, buttons. The button element creates a clickable buttons that the user can interact with to submit forms and trigger other actions. To create a button, we use the button element to the content or text we want to have displayed inside the button will go within the opening and closing text tags. The button element also accepts a type attribute that tells the browser which kind of button it is dealing with. There are three types of buttons available to us: submit button, reset button, and generic button. Once a user is finished filling in the forms, they will need to await to submit it. There is a specialized button for the specialized button for this is a submit button. When the submit button is clicked, it will submit the form it is contained within. The type attribute has a value of submit by default. If the type is not specified or the value provided is invalid. To create a submit button, we use the button element with the type attribute of submit. Reset button. A reset button clears all the data that user has entered into the form and sets all the inputs in the form back to what they were initially. A reset button clears all the data the user has entered into the form and sets all the inputs in the form back to what they were initially. To create a reset button, we use the button element with the type attribute of reset. Generic button. The certain final button type and simply a generic button that can be used for anything. It's commonly used with JS for creating interactive UIs. To create a generic button, we use the button element with the type attribute of button. Note: it is important to remember that the button within a form with the type value of submit, which happens to be the default value, will always try to make a new request and submit data back to the server. Hence, for buttons that are used within a form for different purposes, they're used within a form for different purposes other than submitting the data, the type attribute should always be specified to avoid unwanted effects to submitting a form. Понял. 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 Так, то мы сюда вписываем. По-нормальному. Buttons. Um, the button also creates... Блин. Так. Submit button, a reset button and generic. Так. Значит, to us. Двоеточие. Точка 1. Какое там первое? Submit. Первое submit. Второе reset. Submit button. Делаем так. Type равно reset. Ой. Submit reset buttons тире type равно reset. И третий generic buttons type равно button. Так, дальше у нас. Так. Organizing form elements. Using the correct inputs for the data we want user to enter goes a long way towards making our forms user-friendly. However, in larger forms, user can easily get overwhelmed and discouraged if there are many inputs to fill in. Luckily, HTML provides a couple of elements that make it easy to organize forms into sections that are visually distinct and manageable to digest. Field set element. The field set element is a container element that allows us to group related form inputs into a logical unit. To create a field set, we use the field set element. Whatever form inputs we want to group together go within the opening and closing field set tags. И чё? Не понял. Field set. А зачем? Legend. The legend element is used to give field sets a heading or caption to the user can see what the grouping of inputs is for. Вот оно что. The legend element is used to give field sets a heading or caption to the user can see what the grouping of inputs is for. To create a legend, we use the legend element with the text we want to display within its opening and closing tags. A legend should always come right after an opening field set tag. A common use case of this for these elements is using the field set to group radio buttons and using a legend to communicate to the user what each of the options is ultimately for. Окей. Так, а ну-ка. What would you like to drink? Input type radio. Ну-ка. You have been 15 changes without the save. Remember to save your work. Понятно. Понял. Понял. М, Так, как же это в сокращенном варианте так вписать в этот в заметки? Okay. A note on styling forms. We'll provide resources that go deep into styling forms in the assignment section. That comes next. However, before we get to the assignment, we should talk about some of the challenges with styling HTML forms and how we can get around them. Default browser styles. Each browser has its own default styles for form controls, making your forms visually different for user depending on what browser they are using. To have a consistent design among all browsers, we have to override these default styles and style them ourselves. Tricky and downright impossible. Tricky and downright impossible to style form controls. Text-based form controls like text, email, password, and text area are responsibly straightforward to style. They operate like any other HTML element, and most CSS properties can be used on them. Things get more tricky when creating custom styles for radio buttons and checkboxes. But there are many guides out there you can use to achieve your desired design. They have also been new CSS properties made available in recent times to make styling radio buttons and checkboxes much easier. Create certain aspects of other elements and downright impossible to style, for example, calendar or date pickers. If you want custom style for this, we will have to build custom form controls with JavaScript or use one of the many JavaScript libraries that provide us with ready-made solutions. Э, Привет, Аистрапон. Так, Pure CSS Custom Checkbox Style. Так. Ну, легендарный. Да, ну а как же. Здесь становление веб-разработчика с нуля происходит. Так, Accent Color. Accent Color. Понял. Мгм. Так, нужно вот это все-таки нужно законспектировать. Так, field set elements. Так, ты сюда. Я бэкэнд, но недавно тыкал фронт. Так сказать, для общего развития. Как же я плох в стилях, господи. Ну... А ты больше потыкай, и будешь уже не так плохо. Это же все дело практики. Мне пока что фронтенд больше нравится, чем бэкэнд. Не знаю, как-то мне прям интересно вот эти все стили делать и получать красоту в итоге. Прям какое-то отдельное удовольствие. Там быстро видишь, да-да-да. Так, field set element. Бля. Это мы убираем, сюда ставим 16. Сюда вписываем. Сюда вписываем тену. Куда оно делось? Так. Делаю этот скриншот, короче. Так. И Legend. Captioned for to display within its opening and closing text. Line should always come right after an opening field set tag. Окей. Так, nice. Дальше едем. Read and follow along MDS introductory guides to forms. Read and follow along different points. Styling guides. Okay. The interesting is hard guide to forms. Бля, много читать. Так. UCSS properties. The accent color is property sets the accent color for user interface controls generated by some elements. Browser that supports accent color currently apply it to the following HTML element. Input type checkbox. Checkbox checked. Понял. Nice, понял. In guide, you will create custom cross-browser theme-able scalable checkboxes in pure CSS with the following: current color and CSS custom properties for the for theme ability, EM units for relative sizing, use of pseudo elements for the checked indicator, CSS grid layout to align the input and label. It's native text box. As with the radio buttons, the checkbox appearance varies across browsers. Here's the base style across in order from left: Chrome, Firefox, and Safari. Also, like with the radio buttons, the checkbox doesn't scale along with the font size. Our solution will accomplish the following goal: scale with the font size provided to the label. Again, the same color as provided to the label for ease of theme ability. Achieve a consistent cross-browser design style, including focus, state. Maintain keyboard and color contrast accessibility. Okay. All styles will be okay. Label styles. Our label uses the class of form control. Так, in the Ready Buttons article, we explored the two valid ways to mark input fields. Much like then we will select the methods while the label wraps the input. Here's our base HTML for testing both an unchecked and checked state. Label class for form control, input type checkbox, name checkbox, form control, checkbox checked, name checkbox. Okay. Так. uh, Label styles. Okay. Our label uses the class of form control. The base styles will include here our font styles. Recall from earlier that the font size will not yet have an effect on that visual size of the checkbox input. Here at font styles, recall that the font size will not yet have an effect on the visual size of the checkbox input. Form control, font size. We're using an abnormally large font size just to emphasize the visual changes for purposes of the tutorial demo. Our label is also the layout container for our design, and we're going to set it up to the use CSS grid layout to take advantage of gap. Label is also label. Layout container. We're going to set it up to use CSS grid layout to take advantage. Display grid template columns. Что поменялось? Эти штучки больше стали. Alright, now we'll get into styling the checkbox to be our custom control. We need to reset the native checkbox input styles. A native, by keeping it interactive to enable proper keyboard interaction and also to maintain access to the focus state. To accomplish this, we only need to set appearance none. This removes nearly all inherited browser styles and gives us access to styling the input's pseudo elements. Notice we have two additional properties to complete the reset. Input type checkbox. Add if not using auto prefixer. Remove gradient background. Not removed via appearance. It's using appearance none, and the ability to style the input's pseudo elements has been supported since. Custom unchecked checkbox styles. For our custom checkbox, will update box styles on the base input element. This includes inheriting um, update the box style on the base input element. This includes inheriting the font styles to ensure the use of EM produces the desired sizing outcome. As well as using current color to inherit any update on the label's color. We use EM for the width, height, and border width, a value to maintain the relative appearance. We're also customizing the border radius with another EM relative style. Mm, Font inherit color, current color, choose a current color. Mm, Border solid, border radius. Что такое вот это? Keyword refers to the value of the color property of an element. The border color of the following div element will be blue because the text color of the div element is blue. Okay. Border radius, transform. Так, что эти плюсики означают, я уже забыл. Бляха. Надо возвращаться и делать заметку. Где они, где они? They will only select the div with the class child. Phrase another way, the child selector will select an element that is one level of indentation down. In order to select an element that is adjacent to our target or on the same level of indentation, we can use the adjacent sibling comparator. Is a div with a class child group 2. Group 1 plus div. Типа соседний, да. Select the div with the class child. We want to select all of the elements. Ага, все, вспомнил. Вспомнил. Our style updates includes a rule to give some space between our checkboxes by applying a margin top with the help of the adjacent sibling combinator. Our style updates includes a rule to give some space between our checkboxes by applying margin top. Так, все, понял. Finally, as discussed in our radio button tutorial, we do a small adjustment on the label with checkbox alignments using a transform to nudge it up half with the width of the border. Так, это я уже не понял. Это я уже не понял. Что за прикол? To prepare for the incoming pseudo element, we first need to change the display behavior of the input to use grid. Display grid. Place content center. This is the quickest way to align the before to the horizontal and vertical center of our custom control. It's now time to bring in our before pseudo element, which will be styled in order to represent the checked state. We create the before element including a transition and using transform height it with scale. This done in order to represent the checked state. We create the before element, including a transition, and using transform height it with scale 0. Понял. With height transform scale transition. Box shadow. Use of box shadow instead of background color will enable the state of the radio to be visible when printed. Finally, when the input is checked, we make it visible with scale 1. With this nicely animated result thanks to the transition. Be sure to change the checkbox state to see the animation. Так, вставляем сюда. Что у нас получается? У нас ничего не работает. Read and follow along to MDN introductory guides to forms. Web forms working with the user data. This this module provides a series of articles that will help you master the essential of web forms. Web forms are very powerful tools for interacting with users. Most commonly, they are used for collecting data from users or allowing them to control the user interface. However, for historical and technical reasons, it's not always obvious how to use them to their full potential. The articles listed below will cover all the essential aspects of web forms, including marking up their HTML structure, styling form controls, validating form data, and submitting data to the server. Uh, Prerequisites. You should at least work through our introduction to HTML. At this point, you should. Mhm. Which introductory guides. Your first form. The first article in our series provides your very first experience of creating a web form, including designing a simple form, implementing it using the right HTML elements, adding some very simple styling via CSS, and how data is sent to a server. Uh, Canva for include designing a simple form, implementing it using right HTML, form controls and other HTML elements, adding some very simple styling via CSS, and describing how data is sent to the server. We explained what are web forms. Web forms are one of the main points on interaction between the user and the website or application. Forms allow a user to enter data which is generally sent to a web server, processing and storage, or used on the client side to immediately update the interface in some way. For example, add another item to a list or show or hide UI feature. Web form HTML is made up of one or more form controls, widgets, plus some additional elements to help structure the overall form. They're often referred to as HTML forms. The controls can be single or multi-line text fields. The controls can be single or multi-line text fields, drop-down boxes, buttons, checkboxes. Single or multi-line text fields, drop-down boxes, buttons, checkboxes, or radio buttons, and they're mostly created using the input element, although there are some other elements to learn about too. Form controls can also be programmed to enforce specific formats and values to be entered, and paired with the text labels that describe their purpose to both sighted and visually impaired users. Designing your form. Before starting to code, it's always better to step back and take the time to think about your form. Designing a quick markup will help you to define the right set of data you want to ask your user to enter. From a user experience point of view, it's important to remember that the bigger your form, the more you risk frustrating people and losing users. Keep it simple and stay focused. Ask only for the data you absolutely need it. Deciding forms is an important step when you are building a site or application. It's beyond the scope of this article to cover the user experience of forms, but if you want to dig into the topic, you should read the following articles. Smashing Magazine has some good articles about form UX, including an older but still relevant extensive guide to web article. Да, привет, понимаю. US UX Matters is also a very thoughtful resource with good понял. First name, last name. Мгм. Понял. To put label on top of the field. Ну, это логично, да, тоже понятно. In landscape mode you want to put labels on the left and... Понял, тоже понятно. Так, здесь у нас что? Shipping address. Just address without context is more complicated to process than shipping address. Uh-huh. Be consistent. If you use customer in label once, stick with that word. Avoid using clients later because it might confuse users. The font size should be big enough. Test your form on real devices as soon as possible and adjust the size accordingly. All caps text can be hard to read for some users. You might want to avoid using all caps text on labels. Okay, the label copy should be short and scannable. If a field needs clarification, don't put it in the label, use a field description instead. Your name. Что это такое? Probably size input helps the user scan the form and understand what is expected in the fields. Don't split the phone number into many. Это понятно. Кто так вообще делает? Ага, понял. Will be used to contact you if there is an issue with the delivery of your product. Nice. In the old Twitter used to tell you exactly how many characters you had left. Also, the date format varies from one currency to another, so you might want to explain what to expect. Понял. Be careful with placeholders. I get it, it's tempting to remove fields on mobile to gain space and use placeholders instead. Will gone down the road, but please don't. The HTML5 specification is clear about this. The placeholder attribute represents a short hint, a word or short phrase. intended to aid the user with data entry. And here's why. The placeholder disappears when the user starts typing. The user must then rely on short-term memory to remember what they're supposed to put in the field. If they can't, they will need to empty the field to see the indication. It's hard for users to double-check fields before submitting because the fields no longer have any label indications. It's hard to recover from errors once a field has been submitted because, again, there's no label to help the user. Да, это кал. Тоже кал. It's easy to mistake some of these fields for being filled in. The right screenshot is something I've seen online. I'll let you guess what is filled in and what is not. No, есть такое. С таким тоже сталкивался. I'm not joking. I've actually seen forms with 12 fields, with each placeholder less useful than the last. Labels inside fields can work on really short forms, like login forms, where users don't have a lot of information to remember. The floating label even is not perfect. It is interesting alternative to gain vertical space on the screen. Magic study on the internet told me to reduce the number of fields. Ask for the user's address in the shipping section of the checkout now, not when they are registered. While Respect Mobile Touch optimized best practices and make sure inputs are big enough to be easily tappable. Image from Stephen Huber's Mobile Touch template. Small errors on the keyboard to go from one field to another. Avoid dropping drop down bar if possible. Drop downs on the web requires a lot of taps and interactions, therefore a look said they should be the UI of last resort. Many user UI components work better than drop downs in many situations. Segment controls and radio buttons are good alternative to drop downs. If you have been 2 and 4, if you have between 2 and 4 options, we hide the option under a drop down when you can show them all directly on the screen. Note that like radio button segments controls are manually exclusive of segment controls in the library. Long drop downs are a nightmare when you're searching for friends. Predictive fields work better. Single. A double date picker built in JavaScript makes it easy to pick arrival and departure dates with a minimum of interaction. Nice. Using that date picker for arrival and departure dates made interaction 60% faster. Using autocompletion. The HTML autocomplete attribute can prefill fields based on the user earlier inputs. This attribute has an on and off state. Some smart people have started working on a specification to make this more powerful and to extend the autocomplete attribute for form fields. Interestingly, Chrome and other mobile browsers already support some of the extended values for credit cards and numbers. This means that user can pre-fill forms with their name and credit card data they are used on other websites. Form with both mandatory and optional fields marked. Sensible defaults. Should leave the default and lie or put the right information even if they want to. Да кто вообще так делает? Это что же тупо? Uh, Com smart defaults help users avoid mistakes. You can't search in the password or before your arrival date. Less painful password experience. When creating account, I won't get into details of what kind of passwords you should require and how many characters they should be composed of. Plenty of articles on what topic on that topic are on the web. Just make your mind about your password criteria. When users create an account, be protective, not reactive. For the love of Cthulhu, don't let people guess. Tell user your password criteria up front. A lot of websites now show you a gauge for password strange, telling you in real time what is missing. And this is interesting and excellent pattern KLM uses in its sign-in form. But there's still some big problems with this design. They don't tell user their password criteria upfront. A user who wants to generate a password using a password manager, for instance, must first guess. They need to first interact with the field in order to see the password criteria. They limit the password length to 12 characters, but they never tell user how many characters are left. Sure, let's add counting the dots to the cognitive load of building a password with so many criteria. After 12 characters, you can keep on typing on the keyboard and nothing will happen. What happens if, like me, you reach the 12 character limit but haven't met all of the criteria? Well, you wouldn't. You will just have to delete the entire password and start over again. Finally, you must enter a password twice. How is the user supposed to remember the retype the password they just created based on those criteria while counting the dots? Back to one, generating a password with a password manager. По-моему, password manager сам заполняет вторую колонку, типа повтора пароля. Разве нет? If you want to make this form better, you could provide the mask unmask option for the password. Doing so, it would need to ask for the same password twice. Users could visually check that the password they typed is the same, is the one they wanted. In a login form, a mask unmask password option would tremendously improve the user experience. Amazon has interesting history of interacting on passwords. In its login form, it's used to have a version in which you could not see the password. The next iteration allowed user to reveal it. Then the password was revealed by default, and you could hide it. This is what it looked like. Вот это, э, вот это самый нормальный вариант. Это ультра тупой тоже. Так. Amazon tested the last version and 60% got suspicious, so they replaced the hide password and checkbox with the show password checkbox. This would show the password in smaller characters under the field while the user typed. This is what it looks like in time of writing this article. Okay. Inline validation. Так, if you're familiar with usability principles, you might know that Gestalt law of proximity. On mobile, avoid the summary of errors at the top of the page. Mobile, avoid the summary of errors. With no contextual information after the user has tapped the submit button. Instead, error message should be located close to the errors themselves. Ну, понятно, это тоже понятно. Color matters. Different connotation across countries and cultures. Be careful with them. I'm saying the color matters just because of any current ginger, pink, and purple hair color. Color really matters. Matters in form design. There are some conventions on the web that you don't want to break. Non-colorblind, color-blind users know that red is for errors, yellow is warnings, and green is almost always for confirmation or success. It's best to stick with these three colors. Red can make people colors. Red can make people anxious, though the user might think they have made a really serious mistake. Using orange or yellow for error message could easily cause less panic. The problem with the yellow and orange is that it's hard to find colorblind friendly hues of them. Well, speaking of colorblind, colors should not be the only way to convey an error message. This is an accessibility criterion. In the example below on the left, the field with an error is an orange. True. In the example below on the left, the field with an error is an orange, and the field that has been corrected has turned green. I used the colorblind testing tool to take the screenshot in the middle. You can't distinguish between the default gray border and the green one anymore. Adding some icons in the last screenshot ensures that the error message and conveyed are conveyed to colorblind people. Recovering from errors, rising user-friendly errors messages. At this point, we have done everything we can help user fail our forms and avoid errors, but sometimes, despite our best efforts, mistakes happened. It's time to figure out how to help the user recover from those mistakes. First, remember, don't hijack control of the system. If problem isn't critical, the user should be able to continue interacting with as much of the rest of the interface as possible. Avoid those JavaScript alert errors message and models and that blocks user whenever possible. Also, if your form needs some permission, requesting it's in the flow of use. If permission is not granted, do not consider this an error because it is not. Be careful about copy you use here. If your form needs some permission, request it in the flow of use. If permission is not granted, do not consider this an error because it's not. And neither are your users. Robots are cool, I know, but you're not a robot and neither are your users. Yet so many errors messages are still so poorly written. Here are a few tips when it comes to human-friendly error messages. Never show a raw error message, like an error type. Server could not complete the operation, instead explain what happened in human language and why it happened. Never show a dead-end error message, like instead suggest ways to recover from an error. Write actionable copy. Never show a vague error message. Нечеткий. Like a server with a specific host name could not be found with a try again button. Instead, make error message informative and consistent. Please don't sound like a robot. Don't assume that people know the context of a message. Your user are not tech savvy geeks. Instead, explain to them in plain language without technical jargon. How to recover from the error. Working people feel stupid about mistake if positive out negative words. They tend to scare people and make them even more anxious. Use a a cortius or cortius. Positive affirming tone instead. Don't blame user for mistake. Blame the system instead. The system won't hold the grudge. I promise. Abida. Shift the user's attention to how the system could not process the action and explain to them how to find the solution. A little trick is to read your own message out loud. It will help you hear whether it works or it's too harsh or too casual. You could also get creative with error messages and incorporate imagery and humor to make them less threatening. This will really depend on your brand's identity and tone, though. Time to submit the form. Don't hide the submit button, instead deactivate it until user action verbs provide visual feedback when the user taps in. If you have two buttons, make the primary action stand out unless you're working on a very specific back office enterprise form, in which case you'll have a lot of challenges optimizing for mobile. Avoid a reset button. Users might confuse it with the submit button and will lose all of their conclusion. This okay. Here are my basic best practices for buttons. Make buttons look like buttons. Put buttons where users can find them. Make the most important button look like it's the most important one. Put buttons in a sensible order. Label buttons with what they do. If users don't want to do something, don't have a button for it. Make it harder to find destructive buttons. I will build a simple contact form. Let's make a rough sketch. Our form will contain three text fields, and one button. We're asking the user for their name, their email, and the message they want to send. Hitting the button will send their data to a web server. Active learning, implementing our form HTML. Let's have a go at creating the HTML for our form. We'll use the following HTML elements: form, label, input, text area, and button. Uh, Input, text area, and button. Before you go any further, make a local copy of our sim. Так, так. Так, это мы удалим. Тоже удалим, не надо нам. В стайлы удаляем. JavaScript пустой. Go live. This is my page. Okay. The form starts. All form starts with a form element like this. Form action, my heading form page method. This element formally defines a form. It's a container element like a section or footer. Container element. But specifically for containing form, it also supports some specific attributes to configure the way the form behaves. Yeah. All of its attributes are optional, but it's standard practice to always set at least the action and method attributes. Mhm. Informal defines a form. It's a container like a section or footer element, but specifically for containing form. It also supports some specific attributes to configure the way the form behaves. All of its attributes are optional, but it's standard practice to always set at least the action and method. The action attribute defines the location URL where the form's collected data should be sent when it's submitted. The method attribute defines with HTTP method to send the data with, usually get or post. For now, add the above form elements into your HTML body. Так, с чем я закрыл? Так, едем дальше. For now, add the label input and text area. Our contact form is not complex. The data property contains 3 text fields, each with a corresponding label. Contact form. And the input field. Чё? Unordered list. Они через unordered list это делают? Зачем? Мгм. The input field for the email is an input of type email, a single line text field that accepts only email addresses. The input field for the message is the text area, a multi-line text field. In terms of HTML code, we need something like the following to implement update your form code to look like the above. Form action, label, name, type text, ID, name, username, label mail, email type email, ID mail, name user email, message, text area ID, text area. Не понимаю, зачем лист делать. Но сейчас, я думаю, нам объяснят. А что, если лейбл сделать вот так вот? В принципе, ничего. The li elements are there to conveniently structure your code and make styling easier. See later in the article. For usability and accessibility, we include an explicit label for each form control. There to conveniently structure our code and make styling easier. For you, see later in the article. For usability and accessibility, we include an explicit label for each form control. Note the use of the for attribute on all label label elements, which takes its value as its value the ID of the form control with which it is associated. This is how you associate a form control with a label. There is a great benefit to doing this. It associated the label with a form control, enabling mouse, trackpad, and touch device users to click on the label to activate the corresponding control. It is also provides an accessibility name for screen readers to read out to their users. You'll find further details of form labels in how to structure a web form. On the input element, the most important attribute is the type attribute. On the input element, the most important type attribute is the type attribute. Uh, this is extremely important because define the way the input element appears and behaves. You will find more about this in the basic native form controls article later on. In our simple example, we use the value text for the first input. The default value for this attribute it represents a basic single line text field that accepts any kind of text input. For the second input, we use the value email, which defines a single line text field that only accepts a well-formed email addresses. This turns a basic text field into a kind of intelligent field that will perform as some validation checks on the data typed by the user. It also causes more appropriate keyboard layout for entering email addresses. With an add symbol by default to appear on devices with dynamic keyboards like smartphones. You'll find more about this. Так, и что мы будем писать? Ага. Last but not least, note the syntax of input with text area. And this is one of the earliest of HTML. The input tag is a void element. Ending it should be closed with the proper ending tag. This can impact on the specific features of forms. The way you define the default value. To define the default value of an input element, you have to use the value attribute like this. Value tag. This has an impact on the specific value of forms. The way to define the default value. To define the default value of an input element, you have to use the value attribute like this. If you don't think you have got the HTML code right, try. Forms are notoriously tricky to style nicely. It's beyond the scope of this article to teach you form styling in detail. So for the moment, we'll just get you to add some CSS to make it look okay. First of all, add the style element to your page inside your HTML head. It should look like so. Inside the style text, add the following. Style. Так. Center the form on the page. Form. Margin 0 with form outline padding 1 em border radius. Okay, unordered list style none, padding 0, margin 0. Form li plus li. Понял. Label, то есть для первого и для второго list item. Label on form size and alignment, display inline block, text align right, input text area. To make sure that all text fields have the same font settings, by default, text areas have a monochrome font. One in sans serif. Uniform text field size. With text field size. With Понял. Input focus, text area focus. For focused elements. Понял. Понял. Так, text area. Align multiple text fields with their labels. Vertical align top. Provide space to type some text. Align buttons with the text fields. Padding left. Label elements. Margin represents roughly the same space as the space between the line. Так. Sending form data to your web server. The last part, and perhaps the trickiest, is to handle form data on the server side. The form element defines where and how to send the data thanks to the action and method attributes. It provides a name attribute for each form control. The names are important on both the client and server sides. They tell the browser which name to give each piece of data, and on the server side, they let the server handle each piece of data by name. The form data is sent to the server as name value pairs. To name the data in form, you need to use the name attribute. On each form a widget that will collect a specific piece of data. Let's look at some of our form code again. Our example, the form will send three pieces of data named username, user email. The data will be sent to the URL my handling form page using the uh, HTML HTTP post method. On the server side, the script at the URL will receive the data as a list of three key value items containing in the HTTP request. The way this script will handle the data is up to you. Each server-side language, PHP, Python, Ruby, Java, has its own mechanisms of handling form data. It's beyond the scope of this guide to go deeply into that subject, but if you want to know more, we have provided some example in our article later on. Sending form data. Почему второй сезон? Потому что я перешел на следующий курс. Я проходил начальный курс, а теперь я прохожу Full Stack JavaScript, углубленный. Так, где я? Ага, оно будет потом, окей. Ой, бляха, много читать. Так, окей, это мы сделали. Едем дальше. How to structure a web form. With basic out of the way, we now look in the more detail at the element used to provide the structure and meaning to the different parts of form. Так, how to structure a form. We'll now look in more detail at the elements used to provide structure and meaning to the different parts of the form. The flexibility of form makes them one of the most complex structures in HTML. You can build any kind of basic form using dedicated form elements and attributes. Using the correct structure when building an HTML form will help ensure that the form is both usable and accessible. The form element formally defines a form and attributes that determine the form's behavior. Each time you want to create an HTML form, you must start by using this element, nesting all the context inside. Many assistive technologies and browsers plugins can discover form elements and implement special hooks to make them easier to use. We already met this in the previous article. It's strictly warning. It's strictly forbidden to nest a form inside another form. Nesting can cause forms to behave unpredictably, so it's a bad idea. It's always possible to use a form control outside of a form element. If you do so, by default that control has nothing to do with any form unless you associate it with a form using its form attribute. Okay, this was introduced to let you explicitly bind a control with a form, even if it's not nested inside it. Let's move forward and cover the structure elements you will find nested in the form. Cover the structural elements you will find nested in the form. The field set and legend elements. The field set element is a convenient way to create groups of widgets that share the same purpose. For styling and semantic purposes, you can label a field set by including a legend element just below the opening field set tag. The tag content of the legend formally describes the purpose of the field set it is included inside. Many assistive technologies will use the legend element as it as if it's a part of the label for each control inside the corresponding field set element. For example, some screen readers such as JAWS and F will speak the legend's context before speaking the label for each control. Here's a little example. Okay. Так, fruit just size. Так, что у нас тут есть? Input type radio, name size. Почему лейбл в радио все ставит снизу, а не сверху? Ладно. Small, medium, large. When reading the above form, a screen reader will speak fruit juice size small for the first widget, fruit juice size medium for the second, and fruit juice size large for the third. Nice. The use case in this example is one of the most important. Each time you have a set of radio buttons, you should nest them inside a field set element. There are other use cases, and in general, the field set element can also be used to section a form. Ideally, long forms should be spread across multiple pages, but if a form is getting long and must be on a single page, putting the different related sections inside different fields, field sets improves usability. Because of its influence over assistive technology, the field test element is one of the key elements for building accessible forms. However, it is your responsibility not to abuse it. If possible, each time you build a form, try to listen to how a screen reader interprets it. If it sounds odd, try to improve the form structure. The label element. As we saw in the previous article, the label element is the form way to define the label for an HTML form widget. This is the most important element if you want to build accessible forms. When implemented properly, screen readers will speak a form element label along with any related instructions, as well as it being useful for sighted users. Take this example which we saw in the previous article. Label for name, input text ID name. With the label associated correctly with the input via its for attribute, which contains the input element's ID attribute, the screen reader will read out something like name edit text. Associated correctly with the input via for attribute, which contains input element's ID attribute, a screen reader will read something like name edit text. Poнял. There is another way to associate a form control with a label. Nest the form control within the label, implicitly associating it. Even in such cases, however, it is considered best practice to set the for attribute to ensure all assistive technologies understand the relationship between label and the widget. If there is no label, or if the form control is neither implicitly nor explicitly associated with a label, a screen reader will read out something like edit text blank, which isn't very helpful at all. Labels are clickable, so another advantage property of properly set up labels is that you can click or tap the label to activate the corresponding widgets. It's useful controls like text, but you can click labels with such special use for ready buttons checkboxes. This hits area of such control can be very small, so it's useful to make it easy to activate as possible. For example, clicking on the I like cherry label text in the example below will toggle the selected state of the test cherry checkbox. Nice. Чё оно так криво сделано? Multiple labels. Strictly speaking, you can put multiple labels on a single widget, but this is not a good idea as some excessive technologies can have trouble handling them. In the case of multiple labels, you should nest a widget and its labels inside a single label element. Let's consider this example. Hmm, так. Um, label for username, span name. Не понял, зачем это все. Label for username name, span area label required. Label mhm, name span area label required. Uh, input ID username. Понял. А, вот он. Area label. Что такое area label? Вот тут напишет. The paragraph at the top states a rule for requiring elements. The rule must be included before it is used so that sighted users and users of assistive technologies such as screen readers can learn what it means before they can encounter a required element. While this helps informs user that in asterisk means it can not be relied upon. A screen reader will speak an asterisk as star when encountered. When hovered by a sighted mouse user, required should appear, which is achieved by use of the title attribute. Title being read aloud depends on the screen reader's settings, so it is more reliable to also include the area label attribute, which is always read by screen readers. The above variants increase in effectiveness as you go through them. In the first example, подожди, kurva. Screen will speak and when however should be achieved by the use of the title attribute. Какой title? The titles being read aloud depends on the screen reader's settings, so it's more reliable to also include area label attribute, which is always read by screen readers. The area label attribute defines a string values it labels and interactive elements. Sometimes the default accessible name of an element is missing or does not accurately describe its content. And there's no content visible in the DOM that can be associated with the object to give it meaning. A common example is a button containing an SVG or icon font, which you shouldn't be using without any text. In cases when an interactive element has no accessible names, in cases when interactive elements has no accessible name or an accessible name that isn't accurate and there is no context visible in the DOM, that can be referenced via the area label led by attribute. The area label attribute can be used to define the string that labels the interactive element on which it is set. This provides the element with its accessible names. Area label close. Area hidden true. Oops. Can be used with a well, every label is a load on any amount that can have an accessible name. In practice, every label is only supported on interactive elements, widgets, landmarks, images, and iframes. The area label attribute can be used with regular semantic HTML elements. It is not limited to element. Don't overuse area label. For example, use visible text with area described by or area. Я все равно не помню, что это значит. Online structures are roles such as with code, term, and or emphasis. Nor roles whose semantic will not be mapped to the accessible IP, including presentation, none, and hidden. The area label attribute is intended for interactive elements only. Use area label to ensure an accessible name is provided when some available. If you give your iframe a title, your image an attribute, and your input associated labels, area label is not necessary. The area labels The above variants increase in effectiveness as you go through them. If, for example, the label is not read out at all with the input you just get edit text blank plus the actual label are read out separately, the multiple label element confuse the screen reader. The second example, things are a bit clearer. The label read out along with the input is name star name edit text required, and the label is still read out separately. Things are still a bit confusing, but it's a bit better this time because the input has a label associated with it. The third example is best. The actual label out of is read out altogether, and the label read out with the input if the name required edit text. You might get slightly different results depending on your screen reader. This was tested in voiceover, and we'd love to hear about your experience too. You can find this example on Git. Okay. Common HTML structures used with forms. Beyond these structures specifies Beyond this structure specific to the web forms, it's good to remember that form markup is just HTML. This means that you can use all of the power of HTML to structure a web form. As you can see in the example, it's common practice to wrap a label and its widget with a li element within an ordered list or ordered list. P and the div elements are also commonly used. Lists are recommended for structuring multiple checkboxes or radio buttons. In addition to the file test element, it's also common practice to use HTML titles and sections to structure complex form. Above all, it's up to you to find a comfortable coding style that results in accessible, usable forms. Привет, Куку, мимо? Да, потихоньку, помаленьку, пока все хорошо. Но душно. Душно все это читать. Про эти формы. Уже 3 часа про них читаю. А, так, у тебя как дела? Как выходные провел? Так, где я остановился? Чё случилось? М. Practice usage email titles. Above all, it's up to you to find. Ага, это я прочитал. Active learning. Build a form structure. Let's put these ideas into practice and build a slightly more involved form, a payment form. This form will contain a number of control types that you may not yet understand. Don't worry about this for now. You'll find out how they work in the next article, basic native for form controls. For now, read the description carefully as you follow the below instructions and start to form an appreciation of which wrapper elements we are using to structure the form in the Y. Холодно было в субботу, дождь, я спал с открытым балконом, застудил себя, в итоге в субботу целый день с плями боролся и температурой, а в воскресенье жесть. Соболезную. Да, неприятная ситуация. В общем, так себе отдохнул. Ну, да, не позавидуешь. Local copy of your blank temple file. Section. Что такое section? Represents a generic standalone section of a document which doesn't have a more specific semantic elements. To represent it, section should always have a heading with very few exceptions. As mentioned above, section is a generic section element and should only be used if there isn't a more specific element to represent it. As an example, a navigation menu should be wrapped in a nav element, but a list of search result or map display and its controls don't have specific elements we put in a section. У меня хорошо. Я хорошо отдохнул. Вчера с друзьями ездили на природу на шашлыки. В лесу хорошо потусили. Ну как, ты даже не точнее не конкретно в лес, он просто возле леса живет. И то мы и в лес ходили, и шашлыки возле дома пожарили, и в настолки поиграли. Да, так что отдохнули очень хорошо. Я уже шашлык, не знаю, наверное, года два не ел. Что за настолки? Играли в колонизатор. Такая вот прикольная игруха, где нужно... Вот у тебя есть... да-да-да, топ. Вот мы последнее время в нее залипаем. Другу подарили. Где-то последние 3 наших встречи только в нее играем. If the content of the element represents a standalone atomic unit of content that makes sense as indicated as a standalone piece. Um, a blog post or blog comment or a newspaper article. If the content represents useful tangential information that works alongside the main content, but is not directly part of it, like related links or an author bio, use an aside. If the contents represent the main content area of a document, use main. If you're only using the element as a styling wrapper, use a div element. Вообще вот этими всякими асайдами, мейнами, артиклами кто-то пользуется? Типа можно же все в div обернуть и под себя настроить. Я ни разу не пользовался. Ну и вот, типа, тут от дива, он же вообще ничем не отличается. Circumstances where you might see section used without a heading are typically found in the web application. Но их совершенно лучше знать. Are typically found in the web application section rather than in traditional document structures. In a document, it doesn't really make any sense to have separated section of content without a heading to describe its content. Such headings are useful for all readers, but particularly useful for users of assistive technologies like screen readers, and they are also good for SEO. Consider, however, a secondary navigation mechanism. If the global navigation is already wrapped in a nav element, you could conceivably wrap a previous next menu in a section, or wrap about some kind of button bar for controlling your app. This might not want a heading, but is still a distinct section of the document. And make sure to use some assistive technology and screen readers. Okay. Involve pen. Так. Blank element. Это я уже скопировал. И payments. Так, включаем, значит, link. Style CSS. Сюда вставляем новый. Так, что нам дальше делать? Apply CSS to the HTML. Так, next create your form by adding a form element. Ой. Inside a form element, add a heading and paragraph to inform users how the required fields are marked. Strong span area label. Okay. Next, we'll add a larger section of code into the form below our previous entry. Here you'll see that we are wrapping the contact information fields inside a distinct section element. A larger section of code into the form below our previous entry. You see that we are wrapping the content information fields inside a distinct section element. Moreover, we have a set of 3 radio buttons, each of which we are putting inside its own list, a li element. We also have 2 standard text inputs and their associated label elements, each contained inside a p, and the password input for entering password at the dist2 form. Text section, contact information, field set, title, an ordered list item, label for title 1, input type radio, king, label, понял. Label full title 3, Joker, field set закрыли, открыли параграф, и в параграфе записали label. А зачем? Зачем в параграф? Label for name, span. Я вообще не понял, зачем здесь теперь span использовать для name, если здесь не использовали? For name. Так. Contact information. Так, section. Content information, field set, legend title. Unordered list. Это понятно. Окей. The second section of our form is the payment information. We have 3 distinct controls along with their labels, each contained inside a P. The first is the drop-down menu select for selecting credit card type. The section is an input element of type tel for entering credit card number. While we could have used the number type, we don't want the numbers spinner UI. The last one is an input element of the type text for entering the expiration date of the card. This includes a placeholder attribute indicating the correct format and the pattern that tests that the entered date has the correct format. These newer input types are reintroduced in the HTML5 input types. Enter the following below the previous section. Enter the following below. Tax section. Payment information. Label card. Card type. Так, я не понимаю, зачем span пишут. Забавно, да, вручить JS, а больше всего времени уходит на изучение. Да, есть такое. Но потом будет... Где-то он. А потом будет 53 урока по JavaScript. Так что я думаю, JS еще. Еще JS насладимся. Ой. Так, я хотел убрать отсюда спены. М, о, блин. Лейбл. Я понял. Для чего здесь спены? Понял. Значит, span card type. Лейбл закрыли. Select. Одно я не понимаю, почему они вставляют это все в параграф, а не в div. Что произошло? А если на div поменяю? Ничего не меняется. Так, потом у нас идет select ID. Card name user card option. Value. Потом опять новый p-label for number. Input type tell. Потом label for expression span. Strong. Input type text ID expression. Expiration required true. Placeholder. И pattern. Okay. The last section we'll add is a lot simpler, containing only a button of the type submit. For submitting the form data, add this to the bottom of your code now. Only complete. Так. Так, вставляйся. Что у нас получилось? Я 2 раза вставил. If you reach the end of the article, but you can remember the most important from. Okay. Yeah. Need to proper structure of forms. We'll cover many of the features introduced here in the next few articles, with the next article looking in more detail at using all the different types of form widgets you'll want to use and collect information from. In this task, we want you to structure the provided form features. Separate out the first two and the second two form fields in two distinct containers, each with a descriptive legend. Use personal details for the first two and the common information for the second two. Mark up each text label with an appropriate element so that it's semantically associated with its respective form field. Add a suitable set of structure on the. Так, начнем по порядку. Как называется оно? Field set. Separate the first two and the second two forms. Field set. Field. Ой, я, во-первых, не туда вставил. Field set, name, age. Здесь мы закрываем. И сюда вставляем. И здесь мы закрываем. Значит, legend. Field set legend. Мы сюда и сюда legend. И сюда comment information. Mark up each text label with an appropriate element so that is semantically associated with its respective form field. Sure. Mark up each text label an appropriate element so that is semantically associated respective form fields. Label. Label for name. Label. Здесь то же самое. Age for age. Здесь то же самое для moment. Только здесь moment. For email. И здесь email. Так, add a suitable set of structural elements around the label field base to spread them out. Чё? It's all around the label field. To separate them around. А, так. Я не понимаю, что здесь. Structural elements. А, HTML. Что это вообще? А, хотят, чтобы я section поставил. Так и чё? Ничего не поменялось. Хорошо, есть решение. Red. Может, они хотят, чтобы я здесь P сделал вместо секции. Короче, понятно. Ясно. Понятно. Так, дальше. How to structure web form. The different form controls. Да. Жестко. Читать еще и читать. Input types. Ладно, обеденный перерыв. Я хочу кушать. Я хочу кушать. Ну, что посмотреть? Вот это посмотрите. Скоро вернусь. Смеялись? Так, не понял. Нет. Ну, если мне ультрамультик нравился. Ну, Rest. Що Так. Uh, the different form controls. Mm, Basic native form controls. No. And the previous article we marked up a functional web, for example, introducing some form controls, structural elements, and focusing accessibility best practices. Next, we'll look at the functionality of the different form controls or widgets in detail, starting on the different options available to collect different types of data. In this particular article, we'll look at the original set of form controls available in all browsers since the early days of the web. You already met some form elements, including form, file set, legend, text area, label, button, and input. This article covers the common input types: button, checkbox, file, hidden image, password, radio, reset, submit, and text. Some of the attributes that are common to all form controls. We cover additional more powerful form controls in the next two articles. If you want a more advanced reference, you should consult our HTML form elements reference, and in particular our extensive input type reference. Forms element reference. Что тут? Понял. Text input fields. Text input fields are the most basic form widgets. They're a very convenient way to let user enter any kind of data, and we have already seen a few simple examples. HTML text fields are simple plain text input controls. This means that you cannot use them to perform rich text editing. Rich text editors you will encounter are custom widgets created with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. All basic text controls share some common behaviors. They can be marked as a read-only. The user cannot modify the input value marked as read-only. The user can modify the input value, but is still sent with the rest of the form data or disable it. The input value can be modified and is never sent with the rest of the form data. They can have a placeholder. This is can modify the input value, but is still fed with the rest of the form data or disabled. The input value can be modified and is never sent with the rest of the form data. They can have a placeholder. This is a text that appears inside the text input box that should be used to briefly describe the purpose of the box. They can be constrained in size, the physical size of the box, and max length, the maximum number of characters that can be entered in the box. They can benefit from spell checking using the spell check attribute if the browser supports it. Note the input element is unique amongst HTML elements because it can take many forms depending on its type attribute value. It is used for creating most types of form widgets, including single-line text fields. Time and date controls without text input like checkboxes, radio buttons, and color pickers and buttons. Single-line text fields. A single-line text field is created using an input element. A single-line text created using input element whose type attribute value is set to text, or by omitting the type attribute altogether. Text is the default value. The value text for this attribute is also the fallback value if the value you specify for the type attribute is known by the browser. For example, if you specify type color and the browser doesn't support native color pickers. Line text field is created using an input element whose type attribute value is set to text, or by omitting the type attribute altogether, text is the default value. The value text for this attribute also the fallback value of the value you specify for the text. The type attribute is unknown by the browser. For example, if you specify type color and the browser doesn't support native color pickers. Uh, what? Enter your email address. Here's a basic single line text field example. Type text, ID comments, name count value, text field. Single line text fields have only one true constraint. If you type text with line breaks, the browser removes those line breaks before sending the data to the server. Single line text field have only one true constraint. If you type text with line breaks, the browser removes those line breaks before sending the data to the server. The following screenshot shows default focused and disabled text input types in Firefox 77, 71 and Safari macOS. Default, I'm a text field. Focus. We discuss value for the types attribute that enforce specific validation constraints including color, email, and URL input types in the next article. One of the original input types was the password text field type. The password doesn't. Password field, one of the original was password text filter. The password value doesn't add any specific special constraints to enter text, but it does obscure the value entered into the field, so it can be easily read by others. Keep in mind this is just a user interface feature. Unless you submit your form securely, it will get sent in plain text, which is bad for security. A malicious party could intercept your data and steal password, credit, and card details, or whatever else you have submitted. The best way to protect users from this is to host any pages involving forms over a secure connection, so the data is encrypted before it is sent. Browsers recognize the security implications of sending form data over an insecure connection and have warnings to deter users from using insecure forms. For more information on what Firefox implements the insecure passwords. Hidden content. Another original text control is a hidden input type. This is used to create a form control that is invisible to the user but is still sent to the server along with the rest of the form data once submitted. For example, you might want to submit a timestamp to the server stating when an order was placed. Because it is hidden, the user cannot see nor intentionally edit the value. It will never receive focus, and the screen reader will not notice it either. Hidden timestamp. If you create such an element, it's required to set its name and value attributes. The value can be dynamically set via JavaScript. The hidden input type should not have an associated label. Other text input types like search, URL, and tel will be covered in the next tutorial. Another original text control is hidden input type that is used to create a form control that is invisible to the user but still is sent to the server along with the rest of the form data once submitted. For example, you might want to submit a timestamp to the server stating when an order was placed. The user cannot see nor intentionally edit the value. Интересно, как это выглядит. Checkable items, checkboxes, and radio buttons. Checkable items are controls whose state you can change by clicking on them or their associated labels. There are two kinds of checkable items: the checkbox and the radio button. Both use checked attribute to indicate whether the widget is checked by default or not. It's worth noting that these widgets do not behave exactly like other form widgets. For most form widgets, once the form is submitted, all widgets that have a name attribute are sent, even if no value has been filled out. In the case of checkable items, their values are sent only if they are checked. If they are not checked, nothing is sent, not even their name. If they are checked but have no value, the name is sent with a value of on. In the case of checkable items, their values are sent only if they are checked. If they are not checked, nothing is sent, not even their name. For maximum usability accessibility, you are advised to surround each list of related items in a field set with a legend providing an overall description of the list. Each individual pair of label input elements should be contained in its own list item. Or similar, the associated label is generally placed immediately before or after the radio button or checkbox, with the instruction for the group of radio buttons or checkboxes generally being the content of the legend. The example linked above for structural examples. Body form field set legend unordered list. Field set legend unordered list. Okay. Checkbox. A checkbox is created using the input element with the type attribute set to the value checkbox. Related checkbox items should use the same name attribute, including the checked attribute makes the checkbox checked automatically when the page loads. Clicking the checkbox or its associated label toggles the checkbox on and off. The following screenshot shows Default focused and disable checkboxes in Firefox. Firefox, Safari, Chrome, and Edge. Any checkboxes and radio buttons with the checked attribute on load match the default pseudo class, and they are no longer checked. In any that are currently checked match the checked pseudo class. Due to the on-off nature of checkboxes, the checkboxes is considered a toggle button, with many developers and designers expanding on the default checkbox styling to create buttons that look like toggle switches. You can see an example in action here. Чё? Привет, Хитрайн, привет. Так, due to the on-off nature of checkboxes, the checkbox is considered a toggle button, with many developers and designers expanding on the default checkbox styling to create buttons that look like toggle switches. You can see example. Чё, как у тебя дела? On-off, on. Так, интересно, как это выглядит. Так, style. Нет, сначала посмотрим код. Норм. Это хорошо. Input. Так, input type checkbox. Span class on. Так, окей. Style, box sizing box. Нет, сейчас я учу все. И сейчас просто у меня по курсу HTML и CSS. А дальше будет JavaScript. Сейчас у меня блок фронтенда. Так. Box sizing, box, border box. Я такое делал только с одним инпутом. Хорош. Так, сейчас буду пытаться понять, как они его так прикольно сделали. Input checkbox. Box sizing border box. Flexbox to make the control and label line up. List item. Вот оно. Unordered list item. Так. Width 100 pixels, display flex, align item centers, space around, position relative. Size the label and make the on and off parts sit on top of one another using positioning. Label. Label. Width 20 pixels, height 20, line height, position relative. Label span position absolute. Remove the default styling on the checkbox using appearance and create Круто, круто. Так, це живий приклад, спробуй змінити клас та стиль. Так, а что здесь писать? Это живий приклад, спробуй змінити клас та стиль. А, не робить. Прикро. Що давно ти вже. Блин, вообще, как ты хочешь? На украинском с тобой разговаривать или на русском? Ты вообще сколько ты типа в этой всей движухе? Веб-программирования. Ну, слушай, я понял. Че, тоже с Житомира? Мгм. Найс. Так. Жестко. Ой, боже. Так, то да. Блин, це прикол жорсткий. Так. А, хорошо. Styling of the checkbox using appearance and create the outer toggle area. Input type checkbox. WebKit appearance none. With мгм. Так, окей, понял. None with high border radius. Border solid black. Да. Background transition. Style the before content to look like the inner toggle switch. The bit that moves. Input type checkbox before. Так, before. Мгм. Так, псевдоэлемент у нас before. With 16 height. 16 border radius 9. Не понял, а что это такое? Background color black. Я так понял, это кружочек этот. Tabs. Style the before content to the inner toggle switch. Мгм. Change the outer background color and move the inner toggle switch when the checkbox is checked. Use transitions for smooth animation. Use transition for checkbox checked. Background color. Transition. Checked before. Um, окей, окей. Travel. Добрый, добрый. Спасибо за фоллоу. Так, я уже не готовлю кушать, если что. М, Change the outer background color and move the inner toggle switch when the checkbox is checked. Use transitions for smooth animation. Input. А ты как? Ты в универе учился или сам учил? Так. Checkbox checked. С Ютуба. Ну, блін, найс, жорстко. Ти вже якісь проекти можеш показати? Щось інтересне у тебе є? Бля, я реально з суржиком розговариваюсь. Ну, початку курси проходимо. А які курси? М, Так. М, Checked before. Такі безплатні якісь. А, Left is not codes are the on and off parts of the label to be visible when the checkbox. Сейчас займаюсь розробкою свого проекту. А що за проект? Так. Parts of the label to be visible when the checkbox is checked and unchecked. Input. И все лейблы для инпута. И все его лейблы соседние. С классом .on. И input checked. Opacity zero. Что-то выглядит очень непонятно. I make the focus outline a bit subtle on Chrome rather than default heavy blue outline. Для мене інет фіговий. Це печально. Окей. Input focus. Так, как у тебя как сделано вообще? Так, input. Switcher I was before. Border zero background. Theme color opacity. Switcher I was before. Switcher. Ага. Это для всех. Slider size. А для чего ты вот это делал? Вот эти вот ползунки всякие. Ну так, для себе. Понял. А ты по якомусь туторіалу їх делав, чи тупо сам? Це для бібліотеки. І ти сам цю бібліотеку взяв? Или це проект, над яким ти працюєш? Питав, що це за сайт? Це типа твій проект, над яким ти працюєш? Ти пишеш клас і не. Да, я понял, я понял. Прикольно. А як ти взагалі в цей проект попав? М. Чи... Ну як так вийшло, що ти для цього проекту ділав ці свічі? Чи кожен може просто взяти і щось своє додати? Окей, найс. Мгм. Так. Типа свічі це вже буде для. Угу. Окей. Блін, щось сложне, я не розумію. Зараз я розроблю інший проект. То ли це скам, то ли ти неправильну ссылку скинув. Set with the world. You have a website you want to share it with someone to... Мгм. Чё? Жестко. Дисконт зручний застосунок зберігання списків завдань та покупок. Если Play Market, я понял. Ну прикольно, прикольно. Найс. Топ, топ. Вже може дати свій сайт, якщо те є. Ні, в мене ж поки нічого нема. Поки нічого нема. Так, сделаю я по-другому. Сделаю я вот так вот. Ой. Control and labeling up. Мгм. Label. Это понятно. Label spend понятно. Width. Мгм. Да, поки ні, я питаюсь просто розібратися, як воно працює. Поки. Поки нічого не треба підказувати. Border radius це понятно. Background transition. Я только сейчас заметил. Это бобр. Малый бобр. Хомячка. Я себе хомячок. Так, before. Это еще и бобер. Курва бобр, да? Ну у меня мозги плывут к вечеру, так что это нормально. Понимаю. Так. Так понял, это вот этот ползунок. Style the before content to look like the inner toggle switch. Так, понятно. И он находится в позиции before. Change the outer background color and move the inner toggle switch when the checkbox is checked. Use transition for smooth animation. Так, input type checkbox checked. Background становится желтеньким. Если я transition уберу. Так, а что тогда происходило? Не понимаю, типа, что это транзиция делать, если честно. Если мы добавим секунда 4. Это плавность затухания. Окей, checked before. Ага, и мы этот ползунок смещаем на 35% от левого края и с транзишеном 1.4. Понял. Понял. Okay, cause the on and off parts of the label to be visible when the checkbox is checked and unchecked, respectively. Label. On, off. Ага. Ага, то есть... То есть для инпута чекбокса и для всех его братьев label с классом on. У меня завтра последний день. Хоть отдохну. Хорош. Ну, тоже тут есть Хотя не знаю, тут тоже есть душные моменты. Я немного уже задушился читать просто документацию по 5 часов в день. Хочется что-то уже поделать. Не знаю, как там с JS, правда, у тебя были. Ну, блин. Может быть легче, но тоже душно достаточно. Input для лейбла off, opacity 0. Не с классом. Не с классом, а в котором лежит класс on. Да. Да. Лейбл, в котором лежит класс on. Да. Input checkbox. И для инпута, который зачекирован, для всех его братьев label, в которых лежит класс of, opacity 0, да. Make sense. Да, make sense. То есть у нас виднеется только off. А теперь, когда у нас input, checkbox, label, три которых input, и когда... Да, все, nice, я понял. Не, ну не так уж и сложно. Но, наверное, сам бы я не допер, если бы мне поставили бы задачу. Придумай, как это сделать, я бы не допер. Пришлось бы гуглить. Так, окей. Закроем. Еще не для всех братьев, а для всех, которые идут после... Окей, понял. Я было. Input. Label. Да. То есть, если мы сделаем так, то оно работать не будет. Да. Понял. Так, окей, едем дальше. Так, это мы прочитали. Radio button. A radio button is created using the input element with its type attribute set to the value radio. Several radio buttons can be tied together if they share the same value for their name attribute. They will be considered to be in the same group of buttons. Only one button in a given group may be checked at the time. This means that when one of them is checked, all the other automatically get checked. Так, several radio buttons can be tied together if they share the same value. Понял. When the form is sent, only the value of the checked radio button is sent. If none of them are checked, the whole pool of radio buttons is considered to be in an unknown state and no value is sent with the form. Once one of the radio buttons in the same name group of buttons is checked, it is not possible for the user to uncheck all the buttons without resetting the form. Is checked, it is not possible for the user to uncheck all the buttons without... Понял. Ну давай попробуем. Так, не понял тогда. Надо перечитать. Several radio buttons can be tied together if they share the same value for their name attribute. They will be considered to be in the same group of buttons. Only one button is in a given group may be checked at the time. Все, понял. Then is checked get unchecked when the form is sent. Все, я понял, все. Так, the following screenshot. Okay, actual buttons. Ready buttons is actually a button despite its name. Let's move on and look at actual buttons. There are three input types that produce buttons. Submit sends the form data to the server for button element submitting the type attribute or an invalid value of type results in a submit button. Reset all form widgets to their default values. Buttons that have no automatic effect but can be customized using JavaScript code. Then we also have the button element itself. This can take a type attribute of value submit, reset, or button to mimic the behavior of the three input types mentioned above. The main difference between the two is that actual button elements are much easier to style. Using input, using button. Так, input type submit, value submit this form. Так, что-то я не вижу пока никакой разницы. The image input type also renders as a button. Понял. Хотя, okay. You find this example for this section. Okay. Examples of each button input type along with the equivalent button type. This is понял. Окей, понял. Нет. Reset anonymous. Buttons always behave the same whether you use a button element or an input element. As you can see from the example, however, button elements let you use HTML in their content, which is inserted between the opening and closing button tags. Input elements, on the other hand, are void elements. Their displayed content is inserted inside the value attribute and therefore only accepts plain text as content. The following example show default image button. The image button control is rendered exactly like an image element, except that when the user clicks on it, it behaves like a submit button. Image button. An image button is created using an input element with its type attribute set to value image. This element supports exactly the same set of attributes as the image element, plus all the attributes supported by other form buttons. Input type image, alt click, source my image png. Supports the image button control is rendered exactly like image element except that when the user clicks on it, it behaves like a submit button. Okay. If the image button is used to submit at the form, this control doesn't submit its value. Instead, the x and y coordinates of the click on the image are submitted. The coordinates are relative to the image, meaning that the upper left corner of the image represent the coordinate 0, 0. The coordinates are sent as two key value pairs. The x value key is the value of the name attribute followed by the string x. The y value key is the value of the name attribute followed by a string y. So for example, when you click on the image at coordinates and it submits via get method, you will see the value appended as follows. Very convenient way to build a hot map. Values and retrieved is detailed in the spending form data article. Sending form data. Okay. File picker. There's one last input type that came to us in early HTML. The file input type forms a table. Forms are able to send files to a server. This specific action is also detailed in the sending form data article. The file picker widget can be used to choose one or more files to send. To create a file picker widget, you use the input element with its type attribute set to file. Так. To create a file picker widget, you use the input element with its type attribute to set to file. The type of files that are accepted can be constrained using the accept attribute. Забываю, что это значит постоянно. Ограниченный attribute. In addition, if you want to let the user pick more than one file, you can do so by adding the multiple attribute. Example: in this example, a file picker is created that requests graphic image files. The user is allowed to select multiple files in this case, input type file, name file, accept image, multiply is created that requests graphic image files. On some mobile devices, the file picker can access photos, videos, and audio captured directly by the device's camera and microphone by adding capture information to the accept attribute like so. Accept. Ух ты, вот это круто. Вот это круто. Нужно сделать заметку. Так. Form. Так, окей. Common attributes. Many of the elements used to define form controls have some of their own specific attributes. However, there is a set of attributes common to all form elements. You have met some of these already, but below is a list of those common attributes for your reference. Autofocus, disabled, form, name, value. That the user cannot interact with the element. If this attribute is not specified, the element inherits its setting from the containing element. For example, field set. If there is no containing element with the disabled attribute set, then the element is enabled. Понял. Test your skills. This article has covered the older input types, the original set introduced in the early days of HTML that is well supported in all browsers. In the text section, we'll take a look at the more modern values. Бляха, ты что? Email, search field. Так. This starts you off nice and gently by asking you to create two input elements for a user's ID and password, along with the submit button. Create appropriate inputs for user ID and password. Но мы делаем так для начала. Label. Label. это, бляха? Label for user ID. Здесь мы закрываем label. Теперь мы здесь делаем input. Type равно type равно text. Нет, что нужно? User ID text. ID делаем user ID name user ID. Так, ну и все. Теперь здесь мы делаем for pass. Если мы пишем password. Ну, кстати, якщо це тільки цифри, то можно type number. А я не знаю, какой здесь ID будет. ID ж может быть с буквами. Ну давай, ради интереса напишем number. Так, окей. Password. Здесь мы пишем. Я надеюсь, здесь полное слово, а не просто pass. Нет, походу все-таки pass. Или не pass. Password, да, nice. Так, you should also associate them with their text label semantically. Create a submit button inside the remaining list item with the button text of login. Понял. Так, и здесь мы берем button. Так, ну submit он по дефолту, значит login. Button. Нет, спасибо. Окей. Жалко, оно скинуло все. Ну ладно. Requires you to create working set of checkboxes and radio buttons from the provided text labels. Turn the first field set contents into a set of radio buttons. You should only be able to select one pointing character at once. Make it so that the first radio button is selected upon page load. Turn the second field sets content into a set of checkboxes. Hotdog, что здесь ввел? Окей. Да. Надо было не логиниться, значит. Так, ну хорошо, это тоже легко. Значит, field set legend unordered list. Мы здесь пишем. Мы здесь пишем input. Input type равно Radio. Type равно radio. ID равно Pinky. Ладно, я пошел кушать, мы позже зайду. Давай, приятного тебе аппетита. Pinky. Name. Да-да-да. Еще раз спасибо. Name. Пони? Так, name Pony. ID Pinky. Name Pony. When you select one of the radio buttons and then select another to deselect the first one, radio buttons know to do this because they have the same name attribute. This is how the browser value, что такое? Default select radio button by adding checked. Also split list. Окей. И мы сделаем этот checked. Так, теперь то же самое делаем для следующего. Здесь мы меняем на ID Rainbow. Но checked убираем. Так а почему оно так тупо сделано? Чего оно снизу его делает? И здесь делаем так вот. Name. Ой, ID Twilight. Окей. Make it so the first tag. Turn the second field test contents into a set of checkboxes. Onions. Значит, input. Input type. Type равно checkbox, да, вроде бы. Вот checkbox. ID, name, value. Так, а value что значит? Что значит value? The element's initial value. A checkbox is created using an input element with a type attribute set to the value checkbox. A related checkbox item should use the same name attribute, including the checkbox attribute makes the checkbox checked. is the same. А что такое value yes? А, это то, что будет написано. Нет. Value cares. Ну ладно. Type мы сделаем. Check. Box. Значит, name равно... Нет, лучше сначала ID. ID равно vegan. ID vegan. Потом name. Name равно name равно hot dog. И value равно vegan. Короче, нормально. The file task requires you to create the file picker. Create a basic file picker. All of the user to pick multiple files at once. All of the file picker to accept JPEGs and PNGs. Image only. Templating. Окей, сейчас сделаем. Так. File picker. ID file accept. Можно через... Ага, понял. Значит, input type равно филы, ID равно филы, потом что еще там, и name тоже, name равно филы, и accept равно image JPEG. Я надеюсь, правильно. PNG. Университет так можно делать. Блин, я не знаю, ли я правильно написал. Надо спросить у чела. They can be uploaded by all when the form is submitted. Not that when the 70 file uploads. Да, правильно, правильно, nice, топ, топ. Топ, окей. Так, это мы прочитали. The HTML file, 5 input types, other form controls. Жесть, читать еще и читать. Читать еще и читать. Original attribute available since the early days of HTML. Now we will look at the functionality of new form control in detail, including some new input types, which were added in HTML5 to all of the collection of specific types of data. Because HTML form control appearance may be quite different from a designer specification, web developers sometimes build their own custom form controls. We cover this in advanced tutorial. Окей. Мы его, наверное, потом прочитаем. Email address field. This sum of field is set using the value email for the type attribute. Input type email, ID email, name email. When this type is used, the user is required to type a valid email address into the field. Any other content causes the browser to display an error when the form is submitted. You can see this in action in the below a screenshot. Please enter an email address. You can also use the multiple attribute in combination with an email input type to all of several email addresses to be entered in the same input, separated by commas. On some devices, notably touch devices with dynamic keyboards like smartphones, a different virtual keyboard might be presented that is more suitable for entering email addresses, including the add key. The Firefox screenshots below, for example. You can find things stuck. This is another good reason for using these new input types, improving the user experience for users on these devices. Client-side validation. As you can see above, email, along with other newer input types, provides built-in client-side error validation performed by the browser before the data gets sent to the server. It is a helpful aid to guide user to fill out the form accurately, and it can save time. It is useful to know that your data is not correct immediately, rather than having to wait for a round trip to the server. But it should not be considered an exhaustive security measure. Your app should always perform security check on any form submitted data on the server side as well as client side, because client side validation is too easy to turn off, so a malicious user can still easily send bad data through to your server. Read website security for an idea of what could happen. Implementing server-side validation is somewhat beyond the scope of this module, but you should bear in mind. Note that A and B is valid email addresses according to default provided constraints. This is because the email input type allows intranet email addresses by default. They implement different validation behavior. You can use the pattern attribute, and you can also customize the error messages. We'll talk about how to use these features in the client-side form validation article later on. Тут есть такой client-side? Да, есть. Nice. Website security. Жестко. Cross-site scripting. Так. SQL injection. Так, надо бы как-то сохранить это. Programming. Создадим папку. Ту, Туриат. Так, окей. A search field. Search fields are intended to be used to create search boxes on pages and apps. This type of field is set by using the value search for the type attribute. Intended to be used to create search boxes on pages and apps. The type of field is set by using the value search for the type attribute. ID search, name search. The main difference between a text field and the search field is how the browser styles its appearance. Often, search fields are rendered with rounded corners. They also sometimes display an X, which clears the field of any value when clicked. Additionally, on devices with dynamic keyboards, the keyboard's enter key may read search or display a magnifying glass icon. The below screenshots note that the clear icon only appears if the field has a value, and apart from Safari, it's only displayed when the field is focused. Okay, nice. Another worth noting feature is that the value of a search field can be automatically saved in the and reused to offer auto completion across multiple pages of the same website. This tends to happen automatically in most modern browsers. Phone number field. A special field for filling on in phone numbers can be created using tel as the value of the type attribute. When accessed via touch device with a dynamic keyboard, most devices will display numeric keyboards when type tel is encountered. Just breathe. Так, шо? Так. There's a wide variety of phone numbers formats around the world. Uh, yeah, constraints on the value entered by the users may include letters except um, tell. As we mentioned earlier, the pattern attribute can be used to enforce constraints, which we learn about. Okay, URL field. A special type of field for entering URL. URLs can be created using the value URL for the type attribute. Так, using the value URL, it adds special validation constraints to the field. The browser will report an error if no protocol, such as to the field. The browser will report an error if no protocol is entered, or if the URL is otherwise special validation constraints to the field. The browser will report an error if no protocol such as HTTP is entered, or if the URL is otherwise malformed. Default mirror only. On devices with dynamic keyboards, the default keyboard will often display some or all of this colon, period, and forward slash default keys. See below for an example. Take for Android. Just because URL is well formed doesn't necessarily mean that it refers to a location that actually exists. Numeric field. Controls for entering numbers can be created with an input type of number. These controls look like a text field but allows only floating points numbers, and they usually provides button in the form of a spinner to increase and decrease the value of the control. On devices with dynamic keyboards, the numeric keyboard is generally a display. The following screenshot provide example. With the number input type, you can constrain the minimum and maximum values allowed by setting the min and max attributes. You can also use the step attribute to set the increment, increase, and decrease caused by pressing the spinner buttons. By default, the number input type only validates if the number is an integer. To all float numbers, specify step any. If omitted, the step value defaults to 1, meaning only whole numbers are valid. Let's look at some examples. The first one below creates a number control whose value is restricted to only to any value between 1 and 10. And whose increase and decrease buttons change its value by 3 or by 2. And the second one creates a number control whose value is restricted to any value between 0 and 1 inclusive, and whose increase and decrease buttons change its value by the number input type makes sense when the range of valid values is limited. For example, a person's age or height. If the range is too large for incremental increases to make sense, USA zip codes which range from the tail type might be a better option. It provides numeric keypad while foregoing the numbers spinner UI feature. Slider controls. Another way to pick a number is to use a slider. You see this quite often on sites like house buying sites where you want to set a maximum property price for or to filter by. Let's look at a live example to illustrate this. Using wise sliders and less accurate than text fields. Usage wise sliders are less accurate than fields in text fields, therefore they're used to pick a number whose precise value is not necessarily important. A slider is created using the input or with its type attribute set to the value range. The slider thumb can be moved via mouth or touch or with the arrows or keypad. It is important to properly configure your slider. To that end, it's highly recommended that you set the min, max, and step attributes, which set the minimum, maximum, and increment values respectively. Let's look at the code behind. The above, so you can see how it's done. First of all, the basic HTML. Input type range, name, price, ID price, min, max, step, value. Less price output for price. The exam creates a slider whose value may range between which increment decrement by at a time we have given it a default value using the value attribute. One problem with sliders is that they don't offer any kind of visual feedbacks as to what the current value is. This is why we have included output element to contain the current value. You could display an input value or the output of a calculation inside any element, but output is special, like label. It can take a for attribute that allows you to associate it with the element or elements that the output value came from. To actually display the current value and update it as it changed, you must use JavaScript, but this is relatively easy to do. Display the current value and update it as it changed, you must use JavaScript, but this is relatively easy to do. Output. Here we store references to the range input and the output into variables. Then we immediately set the output's text content to the current value of the input. Finally, an event listener is set to ensure that whenever the range slider is moved, the output's text content is updated to the new value. There's a nice tutorial covering the subject on CSS works. Date and time pickers. Gathering date and time values has traditionally been a nightmare for web developers for a good user experience. It is important to provide a calendar selection UI, enabling user to select dates without necessitating context. Uh, Context switching to a native calendar application or potentially entering them in different formats that are hard to parse. The last minute of the previous millennium can be expressed in the following different ways. For example, HTML DAG controls are available to handle this specific kind of data, providing calendar widgets and making the data uniform. A date and time controls is created using the input element and an appropriate value for the type attribute depending on whether you wish to collect dates, times, or both. Here's a live example that falls back to select elements in non-supporting browsers. A date and time controls is created using the input element and an appropriate value for the type. Element and an appropriate value for the type attribute depending on whether you wish to collect dates, times, or both. Here's a live example that falls back to select elements in non-supporting browsers. Choose a date and time for... Ух ты, нифига. Жесть, кайф, кайф. Let's look at the different available types. In brief, note that the usage of this type is quite complex. Especially considering browser supports below. To find out the full details, follow the links below to the reference pages for each type, including detailed examples. Decimal date time local creates a widget to display and pick a date with time. A date with time with no specific time zone information. Month creates a widget to display and pick months with a year. Time creates a widget to display and pick a time value, while time may display the value just. Week creates a widget to display and pick a week number and its year. A week starts on Monday and run to Sunday. Additionally, the first week, one of each year contains the first Saturday of that year, which may not include the first day of the year, or may include the last day, few days in the previous year. Да ничего себе. Это жестко. Прикол. Week time. Constraining date-time values. All dates and time controls can be constrained using the min and max attributes. Controls can be constrained using the min and max attributes, with version constraining possible via the step attribute. Uh, with first constraining possible via the step attribute whose value varies according to input type. Так, type date. Жесть. Color picking control. Colors are always a bit difficult to handle. There are many ways to express them: RGB values, decimal or hexadecimal, and so on. A color control can be created using the input element with its type attribute set to the value color. Clicking color control generally displays the operating system default color picking functionality for those choice for you to choose. Here's a live example. The value returns is always lowercase 6 value hexadecimal color. Так, first let's explore some input types, create appropriate inputs for a user to update their detail for. Phone number, favorite color. Try updating the live code below. Input input type email ID email name email website URL Так, сюда мы пишем tell просто tell я не туда вписал. И сюда color. Так, окей. Implement basic slider control to go along with the provided label. Give it a minimum value of 1, maximum value of 30, initial value of 10, and element ID of max invite. And create the corresponding output element to put the current value of the slider into. Give it a class of invite output. Sure. And semantically associated with the input. If you do this correctly, the JavaScript included the page will automatically update. Okay. Input type равно range ID равно max invite min равно 1. Min max. Value, точно. Min max. Так. 30. Value. Value. Так, 10. Что-то я залагал. Так, окей. Вроде все. И еще output. 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 Less. Less равно. Invite output. Invite output. And for равно max in white. Так, окей. Тут вот эта штучка не сработала. Все, nice. Работает. Кайф. Так, это мы прошли. Other form controls. Жесть. Еще читать и читать. Глаза. Different form controls guides. Это я прочитал. Подожди. Чё? Working with user data. Introductory guides to forms. Бляха. Все, фух, все нормально, все нормально. Фух, я уже думал, прочитал что-то лишнее. Вот. Это на сегодня последнее. Сколько здесь задач? 2, 3. 3 задачи, nice. Так, окей, едем дальше. Now look at the functionality of non-inputs form elements in detail from other control types such as drop-down lists and multi-line text fields to other useful form features such as the output element, which we saw in action in the previous article, and progress bars. Multi-line text fields. Multi-line text fields is specified using a text area element rather than using the input element. Calls rows. Okay. The main difference between text area and a regular single line text field is that users are allowed to include hard line breaks. Так, the main difference between the text area and the regular single line text field is that users are allowed to include hardline breaks. Pressing return that will be included when the data is submitted. Text area also takes a closing tag. Any default text you want it to contain should be put between the opening closing text. In contrast, the input void element with no closing text, the default value is in and any default value is put inside the value attribute. Note that even though you can put anything inside the text area element, including other HTML elements, CSS, and JavaScript, because of its nature, it is all rendered as if it was plain text content using content editable on and on form controls provides an IP for capturing HTML-rich content instead of plain text. Visually, the text entered wraps and the form control is by default resizable. Modern browsers provide a drag handle that you can drag to decrease the size of the text area. Shows default, focused, and disabled text area elements. Note you can find a slightly more interesting example of text area usage. Example. Это мы уже делали. Controlling multi-line rendering. A sub3 attributes to control its rendering across several lines. Calls specifies the visible width columns of the text control measured in the average character width. This effectively the starting width, as it can be changed by resizing the text area and overridden using CSS. The default value of none is specified as 20. And overridden using CSS. Okay. Rows specifies the number of visible text rows for the control. This effectively the starting height, as it can be changed and changed by resizing the text area and overwritten using CSS. Default is 2. Wrap specifies how the control wrap text. The value are soft at default value, which means the text submitted is not wrapped, but the text rendered by the browser is wrapped. Hard. The calls attribute must be specified when using this value. This means which means which means both the submitted at rendered text are wrapped and off, which stops wrapping. Controlling text area resizability. The ability to resize text area is controlled with the CSS resize property. Its possible values are the ability to resize the text area is controlled with the CSS resize property. Its possible values are both. The default allows resizing horizontally and vertically. Horizontal allows vertically allows no resizing, block and inline. Experimental values that allow resizing in the block or inline direction. Only this variable varies depending on the directionality of your text. Text read handling different text directions if you want to find out more. Play with the interactive example at the top. Drop-down controls. Drop-down controls are a simple way to let users select from many options without taking up much space in the user interface. HTML has two types of drop-down controls: the select box and the autocomplete box. The interaction is the name of both of the type of drop-down controls. After the control is activated, the browser displays a list of values the user can select from. You can find examples. Banana, cherry, banana. Select both with option groups. What's your favorite fruit? What's your favorite with fallback? Что это? Okay. A simple select box is created with a select element with one or more option elements at its children, each of which specifies one of its possible values. Select ID simple, name simple, option banana, cherry. Okay. If required, the default value for the select box can be set using the selected attribute on the desired option element. This option is then pre-selected when the page loads using opt group. The option element can be nested inside opt group element to create visual associated groups of value. Nice, nice. On the outgroup element, the value of the label attribute is displayed before the value of the nested options. The browser usually set them visually apart from the options, being bolded at different nesting levels, so they are less likely to be confused for actual options. Using a value attribute, if an option element has an explicit value, if an option element has an explicit value attribute set on it, that value is sent when the form is submitted with that option selected. If the value attribute is omitted, as with the examples above, the content of the option element is used as the value. Так, блядь, все. Надо почитать. If an option element has an explicit value attribute set on it, that value is sent when the form is submitted with that option selected. That value is sent when the form is submitted. If the value attribute is omitted, as with the examples above, the content of the option element is used as the value. So value attributes are not needed, but you might find a reason to want to send a shorts in it or different value to the server than what is visually shown in the select box. For example, select ID simple, name simple. Why could an explicit value. Что такое explicit? Бля. Блядь, вот одно слово не понял, как переводится, и весь текст непонятно читался. The value is sent when the form is submitted with option selected. If the value attribute is omitted, as with examples above, the content of the option element is used as the value. Are not needed, but you might find a reason to want to send a short or different value to the server that what is visually shown in the select box. By default, the height of the select box is enough to display the single value. The optional size attribute provides control over how many options are visible when the select does not have focus. By default, the select box lets users select only one value by adding the multiple attribute to the select element. You can allow users to select several values. Users can select multiple values by using the default mechanism. So select element to select several values. Users can select multiple values by using the default mechanism provided by the operating system. Multiple values can be clicked. Okay. In the case of multiple choices select boxes, you will notice that the select box no longer displays the value as drop-down content. Instead, always displayed at once in a list with the optional size attribute determining the height of the widget. All browsers that supports the select element also supports the multiple attribute autocomplete box. You can provide suggested automatically completed value for suggested automatically completed values for form widgets using a data list element which with child option elements to specify the value to display. The data list needs to be given an ID. You can provide suggested automatically completed values for forms widgets using the data list element with a child option element and to specify the values to display. The data list needs to be given an ID. The data list is then bound to an input element. Text or email input type using the list attribute, the value of which is the ID of the data list to bind. Так, the data list is then bound. Привязано, правильно, bound. Да. To an input element, text or email input type using the list attribute, the value of which is the ID of the data list to bind. Once the data list is affiliated with a form widget, its option are used to autocomplete text entered by the user. Typically, this represents the user as a drop-down box listing possible matches for what they have typed into the input. Так, label. Input. Лол, вот это круто. Так, input. Type text, list, my suggestion, attribute. Mm-hmm. Data list supports support and fallbacks. Almost all browsers supports data list, but if you are still supporting, older browsers such as versions below 10, there's a trick to provide the fallback. Так, label. Uh, Element will ignore all the elements that are not option elements, with the data list working as expected. All browsers that don't support the data list element will display the label and the select box. Так. The function should show the data list for 46. If you use this fallback, ensure that the data for both the input and the select are collected server side. Uses. According to HTML specification, the list attribute and the data list elements can be used with any kind of widget requiring a user input. This leads to some uses of it that might seem a little not obvious. For example, if in browsers that supports data list on a range input types, a small tick mark will be displayed above the range for each details. For each data list option value, you can see an implementation example. Sure. For example, browser supports data list on range input types. A small tick mark will be displayed above the range for each data list option value. This ну, что происходит? Max list tab non standard examples. О, как они сделали? Adding to add tick marks to a range control include the list attribute. Given it the ID markers. Топич. Tick marks control each point is represented using the option element with its value. Nice. Кайф. Жестко. Да, это жестко. And browsers that support data list and input type color should display customized palette of colors as a default full control palette available. In this case, different browsers behave differently from the case to case. To consider such uses as progressive enchantment, ensure they degrade gracefully. Other form features. There are a few other form features that are not as obvious as the ones we have already mentioned, but still useful in some situations, so we thought it would be worth giving them a brief mention. Так, you can find the example from this section on GitHub. Что это? Meters and progress bars. Meters and progress bars are visual representation of numeric values, progress. A progress bar represents a value that changes over time up to maximum value specified by the max attribute, such as bar is created using a progress element. Max value. Um, this is for implementing anything requiring progress reporting, such as the percentage of total files downloaded or the number of questions filled in on a questionnaire. The content inside the progress element is a fallback for browsers that don't support the element. uh, the fallback for browsers that do not support the element and the screen readers to vocalize it. Meter. Meter bar represents a fixed value in the range delimited by min and max values. The value is visually rendered as a bar, and to know how this bar looks, we compare the value to some other set values. The low and high values divide the range into the following three parts. The lower part of the range is between the min and low values inclusive. The medium part of the range is between the low and high value exclusive. The higher part of the range is between the high and max values inclusive. The optimum value defines the optimum value for the matter element. In conjunction with the low and high value, it defines which part of the range is preferred. If the optimum value is in the lower part of the range, the lower range is considered to be the preferred part. The medium range is considered to be average part, and the higher range is considered to be the worst part. Привет! У нас тут формы. The optimum value is in the medium part of the range. The lower range is considered to be an average part. The medium range is considered to be the preferred part, and the min max value. Спортивные. Да. Value low, high. Ну вот эти всякие инпуты. Инпуты, листы и так далее. Кнопки, чекбоксы. By using the meter element, this all browsers use those values to change the color of the meter bar. If the current value is in the preferred part of the range, the bar is green, yellow. Such a bar is created by using meter element. This is for implementing any kind of meter. For example, the bar showing the total space used on the disk, which turns red when it starts to get full. Чё, как у тебя дела? Как выходные провел? The content inside the matter element is a fallback for browsers. Ага. Test your skills. Устал, ничего не хочу делать. От чего устал? От работы? Так. От склада, понял. Да ладно, что там. Одно удовольствие, не? Create a basic multi-line text input. Multi-line text input? Не понял. Associate it semantically with the provided comment label. Give the input 35 columns and 10 rows of space in which to add comments. Give the comment a maximum length. Name, comment. Create a basic multi-line text. Так, у нас есть add your input here. Input. Input type. Забыл, как он называется. Text area, а не input type. Так, text area 25 columns and сколько? Не 10 rows. ID равно comment. Ой, две буквы. Так. Give the comment a maximum length of 100 characters. Как? Calls, rows, wrap. Text area resizability. Я полагаю, просто через max. Давай попробуем. Нет, через max. Так, а как задать тогда? Что тут не написали, главное? Which means the text limit is not wrapped. Text area element. Because it's natural. Let's take a closing tag. How to limit text area characters. Max length. Max length. Length. Nice. User create your basic select box structure. Так, значит, мы создаем Значит, мы создаем input. Input type равно list. Input type равно list. Не, подожди, не list. Select. Select. Я подозреваю, что сюда тоже. Select. Я сейчас в туалет схожу. ID равно food. Это все нужно в option еще засунуть. Option. Ctrl-C. Так, опшены есть, и теперь групп, как там называется? Opt групп. Теперь opt групп. Opt групп. Label. Label какие нам нужно? Mains. И, и snacks. Да, кайф. Так, и третье задание. Create another fun task of this set. We start with much the same list of food choices. However, this time we want to do things different. Create the basic text input that is semantically based. A basic text input semantically associated with a provided label. Sure. Put the food choices into a list that can be associated with a form input. Associate the list with your text input. So that's when you type characters. Any of the list options that match the character sequence are given in a drop-down list. Oh, nice. Значит, делаем input type type равно text id food. Так, with a provided label. Input type text. Теперь list могу сюда тоже food. Ну давай так, food list. Теперь здесь мы пишем data list id data list id food list. И теперь option, да, опять. Data list еще закрывать нужно. Так, ну, допустим, query. Ну, еще нам мне подсказку не вылазит. Так, for id food list, data list, food list, id. Не понял, а чего не работает? Может, из-за пробелов? id food. М, Не понимаю, дата лист, правильно? Дата лист. Дата лист, ID, food list. Ну, все же правильно. Ух ты, паскуда, блядь. Что ты не работаешь? Может, это в хроме не работает? Почему он не работает? Пошел ты, козёл. Ладно, на сегодня спрограммировал все. Это мы прошли. Так, окей. Окей. Так. Так, хорошо. Ах, так, спрограммируем все. Надо покушать теперь. Надо теперь покушать. М, Значит, завтра у нас будет Form Styling Guides, Validating and Submitting Form Data. Это тоже, наверное, не будем. Короче, еще работы дофига и трошки. Значит, окей, все, значит. Значит, на этом все. Не хочу я больше. Наверное, я стрим закончу. Э, Потому что нужно еще потом чуть кое-что поделать по своим делам. Хотя, не-не, можно пойти покушать, приготовить, что-то посмотреть, постримить и на стриме что-то посмотреть. Так, а что покушать? Что покушать? Ладно, сейчас разберусь. Сейчас разберусь, что покушать. Значит, сюда. Так, значит, just chatting. Это сюда. Это скрываем, это закрываем. Это... Что вам включить? Не знаю. Win compilation 2 hours. Думаю, вы не досмотрели. Все, скоро вернусь. Так, Сыендука досмотрим. Ну как досмотрим? Посмотрим еще чуть-чуть. Жесть. О, вот это топовая игруха была, жесть. Вот это топ, такая ностальгия. А, пивной бокал тоже топ. Ой, Assassin's Creed. Боже мой. Да, поэтому сериал ультра скучный. Я первый раз пытался еще давно посмотреть, еще до того, как я знал про офис. Я только одну серию посмотрел. Второй раз, где-то год назад, когда я уже знал про офис и смотрел офис несколько раз, и хотелось что-то из того же репертуара посмотреть, решил посмотреть это. Тоже хватило на две серии, и я умер от скукоты. Это м, ультра стрёмная пародия на офис. Лол, она на компьютер сначала вышла? Я узнал о ней только когда она на мобилках стала популярной. Я думаю, это чисто мобильная игра. Все, на этом все на сегодня.